Good morning to the 2025 Gage County Fair Swine Show. We are going to begin this morning with our Pledge of Allegiance and our 4-H pledge presented by the H&H 4-H Club.
Who's holding the mic?
Got it.
It's on.
Oh, Reese got it.
Oh. Do the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge my head for clear thinking, my heart for greater loyalty, my hands for larger service, and my health for better living for my club, community, country, and my world.
You guys.
We will begin the show with our Breeding Guild show, but folks, before we get started, I wanted to make an announcement. One of our close friends, dear friends of the Gage County Fair, has come across some bad times, and cancer is something that affects a lot of people, and I wanted to mention that the Lenners family, particularly Garrett Lenners, is going through a very difficult time right now. And I do know there is a GoFundMe page out there for Garrett, but we also have a nice basket here if somebody wants to donate towards Garrett's recovery period. We know it's going to be a tough haul. Garrett was a hog showman for many, many years here at the Gage County Fair and a good friend of Gage County and the Gage County Fair. So please feel free to donate online or donate here today. Thank you very much. First call, breeding guilds, class number 1, Duroc breeding guilds. Class number 1, Duroc breeding guilds. Bring your Duroc breeding guilds to the show ring. Second call, Duroc breeding guilds. Second call, Duroc breeding guilds. Now entering the ring are Duroc Breeding Guilds, Berkeley Beekman from Beatrice, Dempsey Dorn, Adams, and Wyatt Mode of Pickerel. Our judge this morning is Justin Slaybaugh of O'Neill, Nebraska. Justin is originally from north central Indiana. He grew up on his family's farm and diversified cow-calf and cattle feeding operation. He attended Black Hawk College in Illinois, then transferred to K-State University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science and animal science industry. Justin judged livestock competitively at both institutions. He was a senior collegiate academic All-American livestock judge and a member of the 2020 Kansas State University National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Currently, Justin is employed as a risk management advisor at Blue Reef Agri-Marketing, where he focuses on helping cattle producers manage their price risk in the markets. Outside of work, Justin and his beautiful wife, Sophia, are actively involved in the cattle business and working to grow their own cow herd. Justin and Sophia were just recently married, so Justin has judged livestock across the Midwest and believes youth livestock shows are the best way to elevate the next generation of agricultural leaders. Welcome, Justin Slaybaugh.
Well, nice class here to start the day off with, and I think all three of these Duroc gilts, if you could take a piece out of each of these gilts individually and put them all together, I think you'd find one that you'd really like. And that's not a knock on any of these three individuals out here. I think they all have quality. I think there's pieces to like in all of them. There's just some places I'd like to change and enhance. We'll go ahead and we'll just start talking them how I'm going to place them here. And young man driving across the center of the ring is going to win this class. And I think when you study that gilt and just talk about the positives and all the pieces we talk about when it comes to a breeding gilt, she just checks the most for me. I think that gilt from a proportionals, when we study her from the side, reads relatively proportional. I like the way she's assembled from her blade back. And to me, if we could just change that one ever so slightly as she goes away, I'd like to see her more secure as she travels on that rear leg, the way she puts it to the ground. Nonetheless, I think there's a lot of good pieces in that gilt. Young lady's gilt's going to come out here in second, and I think the pair between 2 and 3 becomes extremely close because you have gilts on the opposite end of the spectrum. Young lady's gilt's just the powerhouse out here. That one's bold and got a good turn there through a rib cage, and I think when you study her, she just reads like a brood sow to me. That being said, I'd like to see her with a little bit more cleaner. I'd like to see her cleaner made up through her jowl, up through her head and her neck, but I think when you study her, you just can't get past all that muscle and power. Young man's gilt here is probably the most intriguing to me from just a look and balance standpoint. I think when you study her up front, she's tall-shouldered, she's extremely youthful ahead of her blade there. For me, I just like to see that one come with a little bit more depth in her center body. I'd like to see her with a little bit more turn through her rib cage when I step in behind, and as she travels away, I want to soften her up on those rear pasterns. She's just a little stiff out here today in motion. A really nice trio of Duroc gilts to start the show off with. My congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Last call, spotted breeding gilts. Spotted breeding gilts to the ring. Receiving first place purple in the Duroc breeding gilts was Wyatt Mode of Pickerel. Second place purple, Berkeley Beekman, Beatrice. And third place, Dempsey Dorn of Adams. Last call, spotted breeding gilts. First call, AOB breeding gilts. Now entering the ring, spotted breeding gilts. Exhibitors are Gage Slake of Adams, Zella Thornburg Pickerel, Halsey Watson of Adams.
We roll into the spot division, and I think a lot of quality through and through in this trio. We'll go ahead and get started here, though. Young lady with the bow in her hair is going to win this class, and I think she does so pretty handily. Just when you study this hog, I think there's a lot of things you just have to appreciate, especially for the breed in the spotted hogs here. I think that gilt comes to me a really stout frame and bone work there at the ground. That one, when you study her from the side, she's really level in terms of her design. I love the way everything ties together up front, and when you get in behind, I still think there's plenty of horsepower and dimension in that gilt. Very nice spot gilt to lead off with here. Young lady's darker colored gilt here is going to be the one that goes second. I think when you just analyze between 2 and 3 here, when you study width and dimension from behind, she just holds the clear advantage. If we could alter her and slightly change her, we'd like to maybe see her a little bit smoother there, the way her her loin hooks up into her hip there, and make her just a little bit smoother across her top line and square her up as she drives right away from me. But a nice gilt to go second. Young man's going to round things off here, and I think he just gets a little out-horsed in my opinion, and that's not a knock on this gilt, because I think when you study design and structure, you have to appreciate this gilt. But when you step in behind, there's just not quite enough of that gilt for me. But really nice trio of spot gilts. My congratulations to those 3.
Last call, all other breeds. Receiving our champion spotted breeding gilt was Halsey Watson of Adams. Our reserve champion spotted breeding gilt was Zella Thornburg from Pickerel. Our third place spotted breeding gilt was showed by Gage Slake of Adams. Last call, all other breeds. Entering the ring now is our AOB class, Miles Esau from Beatrice with a Poland China. Miles Esau also from Beatrice with a Berkshire breeding gilt, and Halsey Watson of Adams with a Chester White breeding gilt. First call, crossbred breeding gilts. First call, crossbred breeding gilts.
Working here into our last class in this purebred gilt show, and I think these all other breeds classes can become just a little challenging, trying to compare 2-3 different breed types back against each other and not amongst their contemporaries in the same breed. But I think if you just analyze what all these gilts represent for the breed that they come from, I think you'll find 3 gilts that have some quality out here nonetheless. For me, I think the more you analyze, the more pieces you try to put together. Young lady's Chester White gilt's going to be the one that I start off with here. I think when you study that one, just at the ground and at the surface, you love the dimension and stoutness of bone that she has. When she comes and goes away from you, she stays square off both ends of her skeleton. And then to boot, I think there's plenty of substance and dimension in that gilt right through her center body there. Really nice one to start off with. Young Man's Berkshire is going to be reserved in this division, and I think that's a gilt that upper 2/3 of that one's skeleton's really neat to me. She's tall-shouldered. She's got a big old bold rib cage in her center body there. If we could slightly enhance her and I think take her to the next level and probably make that top pair even closer, we could give her just an extra shot of bone and dimension right there at the ground. Poland China gilt going to round things off here, and that's not to take away from her. I think that one's nice relative to her breed there. She's really bold and maternal in terms of her rib cage. Maybe just doesn't want to cooperate and show herself off quite as much for the young lady out here. A really nice gilt to round things off with, though. My congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
Last call, crossbred breeding gilts. In our all other breeds, our champion was Halsey Watson of Adams with her Chester White breeding gilt, and second place was Miles Esau of Beatrice with his Berkshire breeding gilt. Last call, crossbred breeding gilts. Following the crossbred breeding gilt selection, we will have an overall breeding gilt champion selection. Our crossbred breeding guild exhibitors are Dempsey Dorn of Adams, Sloan Esau of Beatrice, Preston Costal of Odell, Bryson Kapke of Wilbur, and Faith Oldemeyer of Firth.
Well, nice group of 5 crossbred gilts out here, and we'll go through and just talk about all of these here and in places we go. For me, I think when we talk about breeding gilts in general, I just want to make sure we're checking off those boxes of the fundamentals. You know, are they flexible made? Do they have some dimension? Do they give me some sort of maternal look? And I would say I think all these pigs out here are relatively respectable in that area. But once we kind of check the main boxes there, then we can start adding a few of the extras. And for me, I think that's why the young lady's gilt's going to win this division that's driving across here. For me, when you study her, I think that's a gilt that at the surface, it comes with plenty of dimension and stoutness of foot and bone. I think when you study her from the side profile, there's a good balance and proportionality to that gilt. And stepping behind, there's plenty of dimension as she goes away from me. We'll pivot and go to second here. Young man's all black gilt coming across the ring right now. I'll be second. For me, I think I just like her length of body. I like her added performance and size relative to her body shape and dimension there. And I think when you study her out in motion, that's probably the other gilt from a balance standpoint that matches the most closely with the one that's going to go and win this division here. And coming in next, young man's all black gilt will be third. I think, again, that one covers the fundamentals. We probably have a few extra pieces in her that we like. She's just a little uncomfortable out here this morning, but I think when you really break her down and analyze her, she's probably one of the stouter bone gilts in the drive that still comes with some look up front when you get her in motion. Young lady's gilt right here is going to be third, this kind of broken belted gilt here, fourth. And I think just size and scale and dimension and just having that easy kind of maternal look to her center body there, soft bodied. I really appreciate that one. Young man's all white gilt's going to round things off here, and I think a gilt to me that just needs a little bit more time and to kind of come around and develop. She's just a little narrower gauged as she goes right away from me. Not very nice gilt nonetheless. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion crossbred breeding gilt, shown by Sloan Esau of Beatrice. Second place, or reserve champion crossbred breeding gilt, was Bryson Kapke of Wilbur. We will now have our overall selection of our breeding gilt champion. From our first class of Duroc breeding gilts, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel. From our spotted division, the champion was Halsey Watson of Adams. In our all other breeds, our champion was also Halsey Watson. And then out of our last class of crossbreds, Sloan Esau from Beatrice. Congratulations to these exhibitors. A reminder to all swine participants and all 4-H exhibitors, your premium entry form is due 1 hour after the hog show. 1 hour after the hog show, please have your premium participation entry form filled out. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, everybody ringside, give these guild exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would. as we go through this purebred show, although maybe not the biggest in terms of numbers, no doubt we have quite a bit of quality here at the top end. I really like all these different breed representatives that we have out here. And again, it kind of goes back to the conversation we had in that all other breeds class. We're not comparing apples to apples here. We got different breed types and kind of analyzing what these pigs represent for the breed they respectively come out of. It gets to be interesting because I think all of these gilts have a lot of really good pieces in them and are of good quality. So you exhibitors should be commended for bringing me a nice set of purebred hogs and a good crossbred gilt as well this morning. For me, I'm going to give them one last look. I'll go ahead and pick you a champion, a reserve gilt. We'll drop the second place out after my champion is selected, and we'll get you a champion reserve shortly.
First call, Market Swine. Our Supreme Breeding Guild champion was Halsey Watson of Adams, showing her spotted breeding guild.
We dropped that reserve spot back in here into this drive, and maybe one that's not one to cooperate the best, and I think she fits the mold out here with the rest of these pigs really well. For me, we've saw these things in class. We've seen them in this drive now here, and maybe the one that I'm going to pick for reserve isn't giving us the look that she did in class, but for me, it gets pretty awfully hard to pick anything but that Chester for reserve.
Our reserve champion breeding guild is Halsey Watson. Our breeding guild championship banners today are sponsored by Beatty Genetics and Nutrient Ag Solutions. Again, first call for our Market Swine. First and second call for Market Swine, group number 1. We will begin the Market Swine Show with our purebred market hog division, group number 1. In group number 1 is Dempsey Dorn of Adams, Carson Costel of Odell, Sloan Esau of Beatrice, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel, and Regan Cracky DeWitt. This is our last call for our group number 1 purebred market hog. First call, group number 2. First call, group number 2, purebred market hogs. Second call, group number 2, purebred market hogs, second call.
Well, working into our purebred market hog show here, and I think there's a couple of different ways, 3 through 5 that you want to go, and I think the main thing for me, I got to get this top pair kept together here, and we'll just talk about these two individually before I share a placing with you, just because I think it's important to maybe note some differences here. First thing, I want to commend these two young men for absolutely having the skin, hair, and presentation on these two barras absolutely on point. They both look exceptionally good out here in the ring. We'll go ahead and break down this Duroc first. I think when you study that barra relative to his breed type, that one's got a really good crisp shape that comes out of the backside of his blade, works back into a nice big stout hip on him. I think when you study that barra from behind, that one's got plenty of shape and dimension, good turn through the outer portion of his leg. If we want to clean him up a little bit and maybe change him, I'd like to see him just want to get out here and really motor and go, and that's not a knock on his skeleton. That bear is just a little bit more cumbersome in the way he wants to move out here today. I still think that pig's plenty flexible, maybe not quite as jazzy and cool looking up there ahead of his shoulder blade, but I do think that's one that reads elevated at the top side of his blade and reads with a good proportionality and balance from the side. To switch gears here and go talk about this spot barra, I think when you want to get in behind and analyze these two pigs, it's clear to me where the muscle advantage lies, and that's this spot barra right here. That one's got a big, wide top coming out of the back of his blade, really good shape there through his center portion of his rib cage. And then I think when you study him from there to the ground, that one's got a big stout foot and bone work. Get him behind those hogs, and he really gets out and goes away from me genuine and square, and kind of throw the book at every word you want to talk about in terms of balance and proportionality. I think that pig gives you a great look from the side. For me, it's a close pair. These are two really nice pigs. I'm going to go ahead and use the spot to win this class, so he'll be first. Duroc will be second. Really close pair, really nice pigs. Nice job, buddy. coming out in the 3-hole here. Young man's going to bring me one that I think when you study him between 3 and 4, the pair's probably pretty close, because if you just break down and analyze muscle shape and dimension, there's probably a little bit more true lean shape coming out of the backside of that Barrow's blade. For me, we just need to stouten him up at the ground, give him a little bit more in terms of a center rib dimension, but I think one that you have to appreciate for how lean and shapely he is down his top line. Young lady coming out here next has got one I think that's just the opposite. If you go and break those pigs down from behind, he's probably the wider skeleton one. I would actually make the argument, though, that when you study him down his top, there's just not as much genuine, true lean shape there. He's a little bit more stale in the way he works out of his blade. Young man going to round things off here with one that I think's a good practical type of market hog. He's bold in his rib cage. He's got plenty of center body. For me, we just need to make that one stouter at the ground, give him quite a bit more shape and dimension and punch from behind to go up there and compete with the ones ahead of him. Good first class superior market hogs. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, group number 2, purebred market hogs. In our group number 1, receiving first place purple was Regan Cracky of DeWitt. Second place purple, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel. Receiving blues was Dempsey Dorn of Adams, Carson Costel of Odell, and Sloan Esau of Beatrice. Now entering the ring is group number 2, purebred market hogs. In this class today, we have Jaredon Lindner of Blue Springs, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel, Miles Esau, Beatrice, Dayton Dorn of Adams, and Berkeley Beekman of Beatrice. Following group number 2, we will have a purebred market hog champion selection.
We'll work into the second class of pure market hogs here, and I think we got a nice pair here at top, and they're both Yorkshire Barrows, and I think you can make the case that there's a lot of similarities between these two, and there probably is, but to me, what sorts the pair is what we'll break down in just a second. First and foremost, we'll just talk about these two individually. Young man's coming across the center of the ring here. I'll talk about that pig first, and I think as we start to work up into these advanced weights, it becomes really important to me, or a big bonus when these hogs that get to these advanced weights can really handle it well from a skeletal standpoint and a flexibility standpoint. And I think that's true of this bear right here that's crossing the center of the ring right now. I think when you get him behind and break him down from his blade back to his hip, he's got a really good, genuine shape there down his top line. And I think when you analyze him from the side profile, there's a lot of things to fall in love with in him. That's a tall-shouldered individual, really level there from his top of his blade back to his hip. And I think the one thing that I really like about this bear the most is how genuine and true he stays at the ground as he comes and goes away from me. Inversely, we'll talk about this other bear here, and I think if you just want to step in behind, you might look at that bear and think that he is the the wider made, wider skeleton one of the two, and maybe that's true. I think where the difference is when you study him from the top of his hip down to the ground there, I think that bear kind of funnels from there down. He's not quite as square and genuine as he goes right away from me. And then I think when you analyze him in terms of top line shape, he's just not as crisp and fresh in terms of his turn over his rib cage there. He's a little flatter in terms of his rib. And to me, I think the pair is very nice. They're a similar type of pigs, but for me, I'm going to put the emphasis on muscle and genuine shape as they come and go away from me. Young man will win this class. Other young man will be second in here. Really good pair of them. Coming out in 3, we got a Duroc Barra here that I think you got to appreciate just for the fundamentals here. That one's good and bold in terms of his rib cage. I really like the turn he works out of the backside of his blade and worked back into his hip there. I think if we could just enhance and alter him slightly, I'd like to see him come with stouter foot and bone work at the ground there, pick him up on those rear pasterns ever so slightly. He gets a little lazy on those rear pasterns as he gets out and goes out here. Really nice one to come in 3, though. Young lady's got another red Barra coming out here next in 4th, and I think one have to appreciate again for some pieces we liked in the one ahead of him. That's just a bold-ribbed, good kind of market hog. To me, again, probably not stout enough at the ground. We'd like to freshen him up in terms of his shape. Spot Gill coming out here next to kind of round things off, and I think one, again, got to appreciate just for the fundamentals. That one's got a good bold turn to her rib cage. Probably just doesn't have those extra pieces in terms of freshness of shape and some of those pieces of look and design of the ones ahead. Really nice group of bears. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Receiving first place purple was Wyatt Mode of Pickerel. Second place was Miles Esau of Beatrice. Also receiving blue ribbons were Jaredon Lindner, Dayton Dorn, Miles Esau, and Berkeley Beekman. We will now have our selection for our purebred market hog champion. Out of our first class was Regan Crackey of DeWitt, and coming out of this second class was Wyatt Mode of Pickerel. This is our first call for Crossbred Market Guild, class number 1.
we'll work into this purebred market hog drive, and I think probably one of the tougher decisions I've been faced with today, because I think there's so many things I like about both of these barrows. They're both at different stages of the game here. We got one at a little bit more advanced weight with the Yorkshire, and one that probably still has a little gas in the tank here with the Spot. And so I think it becomes challenging when we go talk like we did in our Breeding Guild show there about what they represent breed type for breed type. And I think, as we work and analyze these things here, you talk about basic fundamentals. We want to cover the basics. We need to be stout. We need to be square. We need to have that muscle shape. And I think that both these barrows check the boxes extremely well there. It's just when we start to break these things down a little further and talk about that added substance of bone and foot size, those extra pieces of balance and proportionality when you study the hogs on the side profile, it probably leads me to a decision in my mind. And I think it's a close pair. I think they're both extremely good hogs. For me, I'm going to go with the Spot to be your champion pure market hog.
Our champion purebred market hog is Regan Cracky. We will bring in the second place out of the first class, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel.
Well, a nice pair here, dropping that Duroc out in second. We talked about how much we liked him in class as well, and the good news is for the young man, he knows he's at least going to be reserved for sure. And I think both of these pigs are really good. I like both of them relative to their breed type. For me, just the conversation we had about how good of a fundamental hog the one is, that Yorkshire is going to be reserved for me. Really nice pig.
Our reserve champion purebred market hog is shown by Wyatt Moat. This is our second call for our crossbred market gilts, class number 1. Our championship banners today are sponsored by Beatrice Concrete and Pinnacle Trust Services. Now entering the ring is class number 1, crossbred market gilts, McCoy Eisenhower, Calvin Bowman, and McCoy Eisenhower.
We'll go ahead and work through these market gilts here. A nice trio of them to kind of go through here with, and we'll go ahead and just talk them 1 through 3. Young man that's gilt's giving him just a little trouble over here in the corner is going to win this class. And I think when you just analyze the basics, skeletal width, muscularity, and dimension, that gilt wins it handily there for me. I think that one's got the most in terms of width, dimension when we step in behind and study. And she still gets out here, moves relatively flexible. Young man in the white shirt over here by the exit gate's going to be second. I think when we talk about like kind with the one that comes ahead, she matches the bill most closely. If we could enhance her, maybe like to see her a little softer in terms of her center body. I think it's a nice one there to go second. Young man's white gilt that's going to round things off here is one that I think you have to appreciate just some functionality in her practicality. She's flexible out here, and it's almost probably a freckle bit to her detriment. We'd like to see her with some more body and dimension, no doubt. But my congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
Last call, Group 2, Crossbred Market Gilts. In our first class, receiving first place was McCoy Eisenhower of Adams. Second place, Calvin Bowman, Odell. Now entering the ring is Class 2 of Crossbred Market Gilts, Addison Brandt, Claire Pribble, Monroe Thompson, and Riley O'Neill. First call, Group number 3, Crossbred Market Gilts. First call, Group 3.
Working in the second class of market gilts here, and I think there's a couple different ways you can go. I'm not going to argue if you want to switch a pair here and there with me on these, because I don't know that there's a perfect answer in here. A little lighter weight type of hogs out here right now, and to me, I think the one I just keep coming back to, young lady at the far side of the ring, going to win this class for me. I think when you just talk about the basics, the fundamentals, that gilt's got the most of them for me. She's got a productive look through her center body. She's got some shape and dimension when you read her down her top line, and I still think one that motors relatively flexible and gets out here in motion. The question mark for me is young man's gilt here, standing in the middle of the ring right there. I think you can make the argument, no doubt, that's the stoutest, that one's the leanest in terms of her shape. I just have too many question marks on that one's structure. I'm not sure if she's just a little lazy out here today and doesn't really want to move for the young man, or if there's some bigger problems there, and I think that might be the case. But I think when you have to appreciate the center rib, you got to appreciate the shape up high. I'm willing to sacrifice some structural integrity for muscle shape, but for me, I feel more comfortable landing her in second. We follow up here next with the young lady coming right across the ring here. She'll be third. I think one, again, like the lean shape, like the muscularity in her, need to soften her up in terms of her body and give her a little bit more dimension right there to her rib cage. Young man's going to round things off with this gilt over here in the corner, and I think one, again, appreciate the practicality, like the flexibility in that one. Just need to amp that one up in terms of some dimension and muscle from behind to compete with the ones ahead. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 3, Crossbred Market Gilts. In Group 2, first place, Monroe Thompson, Odell. Second place, Addison Brandt, Claytonia. Receiving blues, Claire Pribble, Beatrice, and Raleigh O'Neill, Odell. Group 3, Crossbred Market Gilts, Ava Schlake, Blue Springs, Kaysen Wagner, Martell, Strider Brandt, Claytonia, Harper Schmidt, Claytonia, Clade Shake, Adams, and Collins Muir, Adams. It's our first call for group number 4, Crossbred Market Gilts. First call. Second call, group number 4, Crossbred Market Guild. Second call, group 4.
Working in here in this next class of market gilts, and we kind of got a few sorted off, got a trio of them left out here, and we'll just work down the line. A young man over here in the corner is going to win this class for me, and I think, again, just talking through that in my mind, through those fundamentals, those pieces we're looking for in a market animal, again, I think that one checks the most boxes. That one's plenty bold in terms of her rib cage. She's got a good shape working out there behind her blade, and still reads with some extension ahead of her shoulder blade there, and adds a few of those extra pieces of look and balance when you get out there and study her when she wants to present herself well. I think between 2 and 3 it's close, because I think you got a pair of gilts here. One, in my opinion's got a little bit more raw muscularity and shape. The other one probably has a few more pieces of balance and flexibility, a little squarer in her skeleton. I think it's close. For me, young man over there in the corner is going to be second in this class. I think when, again, you just break down some pieces of balance and proportionality from the side, she probably most best follows the one that's going to win this class. Young lady coming out in 3's got a gilt I like just in terms of the turn she has through the outer portion of her leg there. Good muscularity down her top line. Just not soft enough and bold enough in terms of a rib cage. Doesn't give me quite as practical of a look. Coming out next is a gilt that's extremely lean, extremely raw in terms of her shape. We need to fix that one in terms of her rear skeleton. She's a little too round in the way she uses her hip and puts that rear leg to the ground, and just wants to get out here and start to push a little bit outside her skeleton as she goes away. Young lady coming out next has got a really practical kind of hog. I think when you study that one, you got to appreciate the boldness and softness to her center body. Just need to enhance that one in terms of shape and muscularity from behind and down her top line. Young man's going to round off with a really functional kind of hog to round things off. I think we just need to give that one some horsepower, a little bit more stoutness at the ground to compete. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 4, Crossbred Market Gilts. Last call, Group 4. In Group 3, first place purple, Strider Brandt, Claytonia. Second place, Cade Schlake of Adams. Also receiving purple, Collins Muir of Adams. Receiving blues, Ava Schlake, Blue Springs. Kaysen Wagner of Martell. And Harper Schmidt of Claytonia. Now entering the ring is group number 4, Crossbred Market Guilds. Jude Beavers from Beatrice, Wyatt Moat, Pickerel, Halsey Watson, Adams, Devin Anderson, Odell, Collins Muir, Adams, and Drew Sims of DeWitt. A reminder to all exhibitors, your premium auction entry forms need to be filled out today. The deadline is 1 hour after the Swine Show. Please submit your forms as soon as possible. First call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Gilts. First call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Gilts. Second call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Gilts.
Well, nice class as we work through this market gilt show, and I left a pair of them out here to kind of talk, and I'll just describe these two pigs individually before I share my placings with you, because I think it's worth noting some differences here. We'll talk about the young man's kind of belted up gilt here coming across the center of the ring. I think you could make the argument, no doubt, that's probably one of the widest skeleton, stoutest skeleton ones we've seen so far. That one is pulled apart at the ground. She is big top. She has got a tremendous amount of muscle shape, and to me, I can appreciate that when we talk about these, basic boxes we need to be checking in terms of a market hog. For me, I think it gets challenging because as much as I love her class-leading advantages in muscle, I start to pick apart her skeleton at the ground just as she comes and goes away from me. I think that gilt's almost a little bit too much in terms of power and dimension. She wants to get outside that shoulder blade as she comes to me, push her knee up underneath herself and kind of point those toes inward as she drives right at me, and just isn't quite the most comfortable in terms of the way she motors out of her hip and her rear leg and puts her pastern to the ground out here. No doubt, though, extremely heavy muscled. Just on the inverse side, young lady's gilt coming across the center of the ring here, I think is one that is extremely good in terms of flexibility. We don't have to have these things quite as sound as we do in these breeding gilts that we judged earlier, but I think there's still something to be said as we start to work up into these more advanced weights about one that can still maintain that flexibility and structural integrity at these weights. And so to me, I think the pair's close because this young lady's gilt, I wouldn't call her light muscled by any stretch, but she's definitely, when compared back to this belted gilt, not near as stout and dimensional from behind and through her center body. I think it's close. I think put your priorities where you want, and I won't argue with you either way. For me, I'm just going to go with the extra pieces of skeletal quality and functionality to win this class. Young lady will win this class for me. Young man will be second. Really nice pair of gilts. Nice job, buddy. Good work. Coming out next, I think we got one that more closely mimics the top pair in this class in terms of just muscularity, flexibility, some of those extra pieces of balance. Maybe just want to enhance that one and give her an extra punch of dimension and shape when you step right behind the lineup. But I think that's one you still have to appreciate. Just more closely follows the two ahead of her. A young man's going to bring me one out next that I think, again, practicality and just length of body and dimension through his center body. There's plenty of that there in that gilt. But to me, again, one we need to square up in terms of her knee, make her more flexible off either end of her skeleton. Next one coming out, this kind of red and black spotted up pig, I think is a gilt that, again, have to appreciate practicality, functionality there, and just the flexibility. For me, another shot of muscle to make that one compete. And I think you could say the same about the one that rounds us up. We'd like to see her leaned up in her cover and condition out here, and just give her a little bit more power to run with the ones ahead of her. But my congratulations to those exhibitors. Good class.
Last call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Gilts. Last call, Group 5. In Group 4, first place, purple ribbon, Halsey Watson of Adams. Second place, Wyatt Moat, Pickerel, receiving blues. Jude Beavers of Beatrice. Devin Anderson of Odell. Collins Muir, Adams, and Drew Sims, DeWitt. Now entering the ring, Group 5, Crossbred Market Gilts, Kaysen Wagner of Martell, Collins Muir, Adams, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore, also Peyton Humphreys, Wymore, and Reese Barnard of Beatrice. First call, Group 6, Crossbred Market Gilts. First call, Group 6.
Well, interesting class here, and I left a pair of them out here, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know that the decision for me is too close in my mind. Young lady's gilt that's kind of giving her some troubles over there by the exit gate's going to go ahead and win this class for me. I think when we just talk about, checking those boxes and covering the basics, gilt does it extremely well, and also does it with some added stoutness of foot and bone at the ground. Does it with a nice look from the side. Really nice one to lead off this class. Young man's going to come second here with this all-white gilt, and I think again, we have to appreciate functionality in that one. I think when you just analyze from 2 down to 5, probably just in terms of skeletal width and dimension, most closely follows our class winner out of any of these remaining pigs. I think it's a really nice one to slot into second. Coming out third here, got this kind of marked up a gilt coming out next. Really like the boldness and center rib on that pig. For me, we just like to lean her up, give her a little bit more shape and dimension down her top line, and from there on out. Young man coming out here next has got another one. Again, I think we can label as extremely practical and one that definitely has a lot of value. I would like to enhance her in terms of structural stoutness and muscularity at the ground. And to round things off with, again, I think another gilt probably sounds similar to what we've talked. Very practical, just needs that extra bone dimension, stoutness, and muscle shape from behind for me to compete. Really nice group of gilts. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 6, Crossbred Market Gilts. Last call, Group 6. In Group 5, first place purple, Collins Muir, Adams. Second place purple, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore. Receiving blue ribbons, Kaysen Wagner of Martell. Blue ribbon, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore. And blue ribbon, Reese Barnard of Beatrice. Entering the ring now is Group 6, Crossbred Market Gilts. Monroe Thompson, Odell. Weston Whitwer, Wymore. And Brigham Whitwer of Wymore. First call, Group 7, Crossbred Market Gilts. First call, Group 7.
Well, Well, trio of gilts here that we start to move up in terms of weight and size here, and I think a nice group of them. For me, this young lady's gilt over here is going to win this class for me, and I think just again, very similar to what we've been talking throughout all these classes. That one's got muscularity and shape, and does it with a few of the extra pieces of some balance from the side, some added stoutness at the ground. Nice one to lead off with here. A young man coming across right next to my class winner is going to be second here. I appreciate the boldness and the dimension to that one's center body and rib cage. I think one, if we want to enhance, maybe just lean up in terms of that condition out here, but I think one nonetheless, you can't look past all that practicality in terms of the center body and dimension. Young man's going to round things off with this all black gilt here, and to me, we could alter her in a few places. Maybe like to see her just a little bit more dimensional right through her rib cage and her center body. Like to see that one a little bit more sure and secure in the way she places her rear leg to the ground as she goes away from me. Nice trio of gilts, though. We'll keep on moving here.
Last call, Group 7, Crossbred Market Gilts. Out of Group 6, first place purple, Monroe Thompson of Odell. Second place purple, Brigham Whitwer of Wymore. Receiving blue was Weston Whitwer of Wymore. Now entering the ring is Group 7, Crossbred Market Gilts, Lexi Slake, Blue Springs, and Gage Slake of Adams. First and second call for Group 8. Following our Group 8 Crossbred Market Gilts, we'll be selecting the champion Crossbred Market Gilt. Reminder, all first place purple ribbon class winners have your Crossbred Gilts to the ring. Also, all second place Crossbred Market Gilts in your class, please bring those to the ring as well.
Well, nice pair of gilts here, and we'll keep a little suspense since we just got a pair of them out here. So I'll just talk these pigs individually before I share with you how I place them. But we'll talk about the young lady's gilt coming across the center of the ring here right now. And I think that's one, when I just break them down and study, I would call that one really wide from her blade and back into her hip. I think that one's got a big pulled apart skeleton. She's wide at the ground. I think inversely, though, when you study her in terms of shape and muscularity, probably just a freckle plainer in terms of that shape down her top line. Definitely more quantity of muscle, maybe not quite as shapely and robust over her rib cage there. I think a gilt that gets out and moves with plenty of flexibility. And inversely, we'll talk about the young man's gilt here before I place them. And I think one, again, when you study shape and dimension, that one just comes with more, that one comes with more definition in the muscularity over her rib cage. Comes with a nice look from the side profile and a little extra stoutness of bone at the ground. I think a nice pair of gilts for me. Young man will win this class. Young lady will be second.
Last call, Group 8, Crossbred Market Gilts. Out of Group 7, first place, Gage Slake of Adams. Second place, Lexi Slake of Blue Springs. Entering the ring is Group 8 Crossbred Market Gilts, Baylor Barnard of Beatrice. Reminder, all class winners from the Crossbred Market Gilt classes, please bring your first and second place Crossbred Market Gilts to the ring.
Well, nice single entry here, and I think if I don't know if you guys have a competition for most pounds gained from the start to the end, but no doubt about it, I would assume this would be your winner in that competition. This gilt is extremely high performing. There's a lot of pounds of product in that one, and I can really appreciate the efficiency and just the practicality in a kind of hog like that. Appreciate her muscularity. I think for her size, she moves relatively flexible out here. A really nice single entry to round things off with, and my congratulations to the young lady.
Last call, class winners, Crossbred Market Gilts. Out of Group 1, McCoy, Eisenhower, Adams. Second place in Group 1, Calvin Bowman, Odell. Group 2, first purple, Monroe Thompson, Odell. Second purple, Addison Brandt, Claytonia. Out of Group 3, Strider Brandt, Claytonia. Second place, Gage Schlake, Adams. Out of Group 4, first place purple, Halsey Watson, Adams. Second place purple, Wyatt Moat of Pickerel. From Group 5, first place, Collins Muir, Adams. Second place, Peyton Humphreys of Wymore. Group 6, Monroe Thompson, Odell. In second place, Brigham Whitwer of Wymore. In Group 7, first place, Gage Schlake of Adams. Second purple is Lexi Slake, Blue Springs, and out of our last class, Baylor Barnard, Beatrice. Now entering the ring is our overall selection of our Crossbred Market Gilt champion. These are the first place winners in each group. Our champion Crossbred Market Gilt banner is sponsored by Blue Valley Pork Producers. Our reserve champion banner is sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Following the selection of our champion market guild, we will begin the Crossbred Market Barrow Show. This is your first call for the group number 1 Crossbred Market Barrows.
We work out here and get all these class winners drop back in here, and I think a really interesting drive, because I think to me there's probably 2, 3, or 4 of them out here that I'll listen to some argument about on what each one of these represents. Obviously, very large variation in terms of weight, and so thinking about that from a market perspective, what's the ideal? Obviously, we got some out here that need some more time, and some of them that are near their end point. I think, again, probably comes down to 2 or 3 of them out here for me. I know we got a couple of seconds sitting back there that'll come out after the selection of our champion potentially here. But I'll go out, give them one last look, shake the hands of your champion. We'll drop that second in and pick you a reserve.
Your champion Crossbred Market Guild is shown by Halsey Watson of Adams, Nebraska. We will now bring in the second place from Group 4, Wyatt Moat. Two and three get really close here for me once we drop that second back out, because I think there's a guild in here that it just probably hasn't been giving me the look that I wanted. She's wanting to fight just a little bit on the whip here, and I think when we talk about these things in terms of difference of presentation, there's definitely some differences to note there, so I think she can get lost in the shuffle a little bit. I think the pair's close. I think they're a really nice drive of market guilds. For me, just when we talk about some of those pieces of practicality, where they're at in terms of market weight and all of that considered, I think for me, I'm going to use the young man that's driving over here towards the corner. He'll be second. Our reserve champion Crossbred Market Guild was Gage Schlake of Adams. It's our second call for crossbred market barrows, group number 1. Last call, group number 1, crossbred market barrows. Now entering the ring is our Group 1 crossbred market barrows, Luke Heatdirks, Adams, Austin Costal, Odell, and Kate Heatdirks, Adams. This is first call, group number 2 crossbred market barrows.
We'll start off this barrow show here and got a class of them here that's just on the lighter end of the spectrum, and ones that I think I'd like to see them in 100 pounds, because I think you would probably switch things up a little bit here if there's 100 more pounds on these pigs. But I think, you know, all things considered, judging them for what they are today, I think a young man that's kind of driving over here with this black gilt, or barrow, excuse me, is going to go ahead and win this class. And again, the priority set doesn't change from the market gilts to the barrows. We're looking for muscularity, we're looking for shape, we're looking for dimension, and if we can do that with a few extra pieces alongside of that, I think that's where we're going to try to land, and that's what that barrow does for me. Young man that's got the barrow here that's kind of wanting to fight here at the gate's going to go ahead and be second, and I think you make the argument that one's build and balance is really nice. Again, I just like to see him with a little bit more stoutness and dimension from behind. Young lady's going to round things off here with the barrow that I think, again, flexibility's there, the length of spine, the practicality's all there for me. I just want to see that one with some more dimension and muscularity as he goes right away. Nice trio of them to start the barrow show off with. My congratulations to those three.
Last call, Group 2, crossbred market barrows. Last call, Group 2. Out of Group 1, first place purple, Luke Heatdirks, Adams. Second place purple, Austin Costal of Odell. Receiving blue ribbon, Kate Heatdirks of Adams. Last call, Group 2, crossbred market barrows. Last call, Group 2, crossbred market barrows. In Group 2, Austin Costal of Odell, McCoy Eisenhower, Adams, Strider Brandt, Claytonia, Halsey Watson, Adams, Axton Brandt, Claytonia. First call, Group 3, crossbred market barrows. Second call, Group 3, crossbred market barrow. Second call, Group 3.
Well, nice pair here in this second class of barrows, and I'll just talk these two individually before we place them, and we'll start talking about the young man's barrow over there. I think one, relative to his size out here, you have to appreciate a lot of things. That one's got a good bold shape right there through the center portion of his rib cage. I think when he wants to get out and present himself, reads with enough flexibility for me, and then when you break him down from the side, I still think that's one that gives you a nice look, has plenty of extension there ahead of his blade. For me, if we can enhance that one in a spot or two, I'd like to see him maybe with just a bit more fresh definition in terms of muscularity right there out of the backside of his blade. He's comparatively to the other barrow in here probably not quite as shapely in terms of his top line, but I think that's a really nice pig. Inversely, we'll talk about the young lady's barrow here, and I think one that's really intriguing to me, because when we talk about build and balance, that one's got as many pieces as we've probably seen in this barrow show so far. That one's got a big stout leg and foot underneath him. I like him in terms of his side profile there. It paints a really good line from the top of his blade back to his hip. Probably just a little bit shorter coupled in terms of his blade forward, and just a freckle hollower in terms of his rib cage relative to the other one in here, but nice pair of them. For me, I think there's just a few more far-reaching pieces in the young ladies. She'll win this class. Young man will be second. Really nice pair of these lighter weight barrows. Coming out next, we got young man brings one to me again that in terms of muscularity, in terms of dimension, center body, and rib cage, probably more closely mimics the barrow that goes directly ahead of him. I think that's one, again, length of body you have to appreciate. Flexibility out here is quite good. The young man brings the all black barrow out to me here, and I think if we could just soften him up in terms of his skeleton off either end. He wants to just get a little straight out of his blade, a little straighter in the way he puts his rear leg to the ground. I think that one could move up a spot or two. Young man going to round things off here with one that's just really practical in terms of rib cage and center body. Again, just want to enhance the muscularity and shape for me. Good class of them. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 3, Crossbred Market Barrows. Last call, Group 3. In Group 2, first place purple, Halsey Watson, Adams. Second place purple, Axton Brandt, Claytonia. Receiving blues, Austin Costal of Odell, McCoy Eisenhower, Adams, and Strider Brandt, Claytonia. Entering the ring now is Group 3, Crossbred Market Barrows. Zella Thornburg, Pickerel. Regan Crackey, DeWitt. Kipton Lovett, Pickerel. Faith Oldemeyer, Firth. And Zella Thornburg, Pickerel. This is first call for Group 4, Crossbred Market Barrows. First call, Group 4, Crossbred Market Barrows.
Well, it's definitely getting hotter outside, and we definitely turned the temperature up a few degrees here in this top pair of barrows in this class. I think two extremely high-quality representatives out here, and we'll just go ahead again. I don't want to overwork these pigs. I know it's hot. I know we got a lot of show left, but I do want to talk about them individually. I think we talk about the young man in the green shirt, Sparrow first, and I think that's one, when you just study him coming and going away from you, I appreciate how genuine and square he is at the surface. Am I going to call him the stoutest boned, stoutest footed one we've seen all day? Probably not, but I think there's adequate feature and dimension there, and we can get to having that conversation about a pig like that when he checks the basics off of muscularity and width and genuine shape. And I think even further you analyze him, he's plenty tall there at the top of his blade. I think one that couples up from his blade back to his hip extremely well. Love him from the profile. Young man's other bear out here is one that I think you can make the argument, get in behind these two hogs. That one's probably just a freckle stouter in terms of dimension and shape right over his rib cage and his loin. I think that's one probably in terms of skull and shape and just looking masculine and stout and powerful. He probably holds the advantage there. I think when you study him at the surfaces, maybe where we can pick a few holes in him. I don't know if he's just quite as comfortable off either end when you get him out there in motion. That one's a little bit more jammed up in the way he's assembled ahead of his blade there as well. And so I think two extremely high quality barrows. The pair's very close for me. Young man right in front of me will win this class though. Young man on the other side of the ring will be second. Extremely good pair. My congratulations to those two. Young lady coming out here with the barrow next is one that I think in a class that doesn't have so much heat up top probably can move up a spot or two. I think that one's really practical in terms of his rib cage. I like the way that one gets out here and motors across the ring. Really flexible kind of pig. Young lady's going to come next with one that I think just in terms of body shape and dimension you have to appreciate. For me, if we could lean that one up and trim him back in terms of his fat cover, I think we can have a little bit more conversation on him. And to round things off here, young lady brings a really practical kind. As you can see, very athletic out here and comfortable in the ring right now. Just one, again, need to enhance in terms of muscularity to move up for me. My congratulations, really good top pair.
Last call, Group 4, Crossbred Market Barrows. Last call, Group 4. In Group 3, first place purple, Regan Cracky, DeWitt. Second place purple, Kipton Lovett, Pickerel. Receiving blues, Zella Thornburg, Pickerel. Faith Oldemeyer, Firth. And Zella Thornburg of Pickerel. Now entering the ring is Group 4, Crossbred Market Barrows. Regan Cracky, DeWitt, Wyatt Moat, Pickerel, Dempsey Dorn, Adams, Sloan Esau, Beatrice, Maxon Esau, Beatrice, and Dayton Dorn, Adams. This is first call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Barrows. First call, Group 5. Second call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Barrows. Second call, Group 5. Reminder to all exhibitors, have your premium livestock auction forms filled out. They are due today after the hog show, 1 hour after the hog show. Please fill out your premium forms.
Well, extremely good class here. I think from one all the way down the line, a lot of quality in these hogs. And I want to preface on this, I can listen to a lot of different placings in here because I think you have three pigs that probably just are all just a little different out here in a few places. And so I just want to note some differences here. We'll talk them as individuals, and then I'll share with you how I place them. Well, we'll talk about the young man's barrow coming across on the far side of the ring here first. And I think if that's one that you want to just look at and your immediate reaction is, extremely long ahead of his shoulder blade, tall, elevated up front, and gives you an extremely attractive look from the side profile. That is that pig, in my opinion. And where you land on him is where I think a lot of discussion in this class is, because we got two other pigs out here that I think are both really genuine and true in terms of their shape, and that's not a knock against him. I think that one has plenty of dimension and definition to his muscularity from his blade there back to his hip. But I think if you study him, that one reads just a freckle more hollow in terms of his rib cage. Maybe they're right through the lower portion of it. Doesn't quite have that robust turn all the way from the top of his rib cage down there to his flank. I think if one place we want to maybe pick on him just a little bit too, as this drive kind of wears on, it becomes a bit more apparent. But as he goes away from you ever so slightly, he wants to start pushing his hock, specifically there his left rear, a little further outside his body wall as he goes away from you. I think that's a really intriguing, interesting pig that has some extremely far-reaching pieces that are very hard to make. We'll pivot here and talk about this young man's barrow next, and I think if you want to just talk about one, in my opinion, that does not have a major hole, that's 100% this barrow. I think just study him from the ground up. That's a good, genuine kind of barrow. I think when you study him as they come and go away from you, he's probably as square in terms terms of from the top of his hip down to the bottom of his skeleton. I think he is extremely good there. I think when we analyze him from the side profile, you like the way he proportions. Is he the most attractive in here? Probably not. Is he a bit more conventional in terms of his length of body? Probably so, but I think when you just really analyze and break down, there's not a major hole in that barra. And we'll pivot here and talk about this one here, for a third barra that's out here in this trio. And I think that's one, if you just want to talk about one that kind of fits some pieces, more trend that we see in the show pig ring right now, you can check a lot of boxes off there. That one's proportions are wicked good from the side profile. I think from his blade back, he might be as good as any in terms of the way he's assembled. And then when you study him, there's plenty of muscularity and shape in him. I love the turn and functionality there in terms of his rib cage. And get him out in motion, I think that one works with plenty of squareness and genuine width. Again, is he the most attractive ahead of his blade? I don't know that he is. He's probably a freckle shorter couple than a few out here, in my opinion. But I think when we just talk about weighing all the positives, negatives, and having some class-leading advantages, for me, I think I just land on this young man's here with the green shirt. That's a really nice barra to start off with in an extremely close trio. After that, all things considered, we talk about the pig we like that didn't have too many holes. Young man's going to be second in this class. That's a very close pair. Those are two extremely high-quality pigs. Young man right in front of me will be third. Good pair of them, or a good trio of them, excuse me. 4, 5, and 6 in this class. I think at a lot of county fairs in America, those are class-winning type pigs. Apparently people that would say that probably haven't been to Gage County to see what the top-end quality's like. Young man's blue butt bear that comes out. Here's one. You love the height of his shoulder blade. I like his muscularity up high as he comes and goes away from me. I think he's probably just a little bit staler in terms of his look out here today, but extremely good, kind of functional, practical market hog. Young lady coming out here, I think, has got one that's extremely ripped up in terms of muscularity. I'd like to just see him more comfortable. He's almost a little bit too much in terms of muscle. Causes him to really push those hocks outside of his body wall as he goes away. Young lady's going to round things off again. The really, really practical, good kind of barra to be coming in last, in my opinion, but probably just plainer in terms of shape and dimension. Doesn't have those extra far-reaching pieces of the ones ahead. My congratulations to all those exhibitors. Extremely high-quality class.
Last call, Group 5, Crossbred Market Barrows. Last call, Group 5. In Group 4, first place purple, Regan Cracky, DeWitt. Second place purple, Wyatt Moat, Pickrell. Third place purple, Maxon Esau, Beatrice. Receiving blues, Dempsey Dorn, Adams. Sloan Esau, Beatrice. And blue ribbon, Dayton Dorn, Adams. Now entering the ring is Group 5, Easton Thompson, Odell. Carson Costal, Odell. Preston Costal, Odell. And Cooper Lovett from Pickrell. This is first call, Group 6. First call, Group 6, Crossbred Market Barrows.
we'll just keep on moving here with just 4 in the class. I'll just talk them and place them as they're out here, but I think the easy thing in my mind to do here is start off with the young man here in the corner. That's an extremely good barra to start things off with. I think a lot of the similarities in the top trio in the last class can be said about this barra. He's good in terms of his proportion and the way he's assembled from the side. I love that pig when I step in behind, study him from the ground up. Really square and genuine in terms of his shape. Going to be very interesting to see how he fits in with the rest of our class winners and our champion drive. Good one to start off with. Young man coming out here on this side of the ring here is going to be second with that kind of black marked up barra. I think that's one that when we talk about muscularity, shape, and some stoutness of bone and footwork, more closely follows our class winner. That's a nice one to be second there. Very practical kind of hog. We got a pair of them here that are extremely similar between these two young men, and I think it's close. For me, just when we talk about a few pieces of structural integrity, the way they move, I'll probably side with the young man's barrel here in the corner. Young man right over there by the exit gate will be fourth. Really nice set of them, though. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 6, crossbred market barrows. Last call, Group 6. In Group 5, first place, purple, Cooper Lovett, Pickerel. Second place, purple, Easton Thompson of Odell. Receiving blues, Karsten Kostel of Odell. And blue ribbon, Preston Kostel of Odell. Now entering the ring is Group 6, Bryson Kapke, Wilbur. Jaden Thompson, Odell. Braden Schlake, Blue Springs. Henry Kapke of Wilbur. And Easton Thompson, Odell. This is first call, Group 7, crossbred market barrows. First call, Group 7. Reminder to all first and second place class winners, please have your hogs ready at the ring, concluding after the Group 9. So have your first and second place class winners ready to go. Second call, Group 7, crossbred market barrels. Second call, Group 7.
Well, nice class of them here, and maybe don't have the one that just comes out and grabs you, or a pair or a trio of them like we have in the last few classes here. But I think the more and more you analyze, a young man that's coming across right in front of the gates here, that one's going to win for me, and I think so pretty handily. I just think when you start to combine positives together, he starts to lump the most of them together in my mind. That one's got a good shape. He reads with enough flexibility for me out here today, and I think when you analyze him down his his top line. That one probably has the most definition and shape to his muscularity there over his rib and back through his loin. Young man's going to come in second in here with just a very practical, opened up, wide kind of barrow that I can appreciate the kind of for sure. That one's got enough flexibility. He comes with a little added feature of stoutness and dimension in terms of his bone and foot size out here. Young man brings one out in third. I think if he was just a little fuller and showed a little bit more physical fill to his rib cage, we could probably work him up a spot or two. To me, just a little flatter sided in terms of his rib cage out here. A good looking kind of barrow though. Young man coming out here next has kind of got this red belt out here that I appreciate the lean shape and muscularity there. Just need to add some stoutness of bone and foot. Give him a few more of the extras to move up in my book. And young man that's going to round things out here for this class has got one. I think if we could just make him a little softer in the way he puts his pastern to the ground, give him a bit more angulation to his hock, and then kind of set him back in terms of his shoulder blade, we can definitely have the conversation to move him up as well. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 7, Crossbred Market Barrows. Out of Group 6, first place purple, Braden Schlake, Blue Springs. Second place purple, Jaden Thompson, Odell, receiving blues. Bryson Kapke of Wilbur, Henry Kapke of Wilbur, and blue ribbon, Easton Thompson, Odell. Now entering the ring, Group 7, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore, Riker Whitwer, Wymore, Gage Argo, Liberty, Gage Argo, Liberty. First call, Group 8, Crossbred Market Barrows. First call, Group 8. Second call, Group 8. Second call, Group 8, Crossbred Market Barrows.
Well, getting up here and pushing into these more advanced weights, I think we got a nice group of 4 barrows out here that all represent just some good, just practical production pieces for me. I think we got a pair of them up here that, more similar in terms of their type and kind. For me, young man right here with the barrow in front of me is going to go ahead and win this class. When you think you analyze some flexibility, just length of spine, product there, I think that one sets the bar in this class, for my opinion. Young man's going to be second with one, and I think if we could square him up a little bit underneath as he goes away from me, we'll probably get that pair pretty close and maybe even switch it. Be a little bit more conventional in the shape over his top line and right there behind his blade, but a nice pig to go second. Young man coming out here with the belted barrow in third, I think is one again. Just really practical. Got that bold center rib there. I just think we need to see more muscularity and more muscle definition out of him to move him up the line. And the all-white barrow that's going to round things off here is one again. Appreciate in terms of just some length of body, some of those pieces of production value. I just think that one's too narrow as he comes and goes away from me. A little bit too past 12 o'clock in terms of condition and fat cover for me as well. Good group of 4 of them. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 8, Crossbred Market Barrows. In Group 7, first place purple, Gage Argo, Liberty. Second place purple, Riker Whitwer, Wymore. Receiving blue ribbons, Peyton Humphreys and Gage Argo of Liberty. Now entering the ring is Group 8, Crossbred Market Barrows, Dawson Sims, DeWitt, Miley Gaddy, Odell, Kaysen Wagner, Martell, and Bryson Kapke of Wilbur. This is your first call for Group 9. Following Group 9, we will have the selection of the Crossbred Market Barrow Champion. All class winners from Groups 1 through 9 will participate. Please have your class winning barrows to the ring. We will also have all the second place winners bring their second place class winners to the ring as well.
A group of 4 of them here, so we'll just talk them as I walk through the ring here. But again, getting up here more in these advanced weights, I'm going to be looking for the hogs that are still square, have enough flexibility, and kind of carry those extra pounds the best. And for me, the young ladies barrow out here in the middle of the ring does that best for me. That's one that's got some shape. He's got probably class-leading advantages in terms of bone and foot size. If we could maybe just enhance him, I'd like to see him just a little taller there at the top of his blade. But I think that's just a good kind of market hog to lead the class off with. Young man with the other black kind of broken belted barrow here is going to come second. I think, again, we just talk about with the skeleton and dimension from behind, he probably most closely mimics the one that comes ahead of him. That's a nice one to drop into second. I think 3 and 4 become close. For me, I'm going to go ahead and side with the young man coming across the middle of the ring here. That one's probably just a freckle square when they come right away from me. Young man that's going to round the class off here with kind of this red belted up barrow is one you have to appreciate performance and just the length of body in that barrow. For me, he's too upright off either end of his skeleton. Doesn't have enough muscle to move up for me today. A good group of 4 of them. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Last call, Group 9, Crossbred Market Barrows. In Group 8, first place purple, Miley Gaddy of Odell. Second place purple, Bryson Kapke of Wilbur. Receiving blues, Dawson Sims, DeWitt, and blue ribbon, Kaysen Wagner of Martell. Now entering the ring is Group 9, Bo Beavers, Beatrice, Jaden Thompson, Odell. After the completion of the Group 9 Crossbred Market Barrows, we'll have the overall selection of our champion Crossbred Market Barrow.
Good pair of heavyweight barrows here to round off our barrow show with, our crossbred barrow show with, and I think 2 of them that it becomes a pretty easy decision for me as you see them coming and going away from you. Young man right next to me is going to win this class just in terms of squareness and genuineness at the ground. I think that's a nice kind of barrow to lead off with. Young man's going to come in second with one that I think probably just a freckle leaner in terms of his condition and fat cover out here. A little too uncoordinated off either end of his skeleton for me. And just a little too narrow gauged going away. Nice pair of them. My congratulations to those 2.
In Group 9, first place purple, Jaden Thompson of Odell. Second place purple, Bo Beavers, Beatrice. We will now select our champion crossbred market barrel. Our first place winner out of group number 1 was Luke Heatdirks Adams. Second place purple out of group 1, Austin Costel of Odell. From group 2, first place, Halsey Watson Adams. Second place, group 2, Axton Brandt Claytonia. From group 3, first place, Regan Cracky DeWitt. Second place, Kipton Lovett Pickerel. From group 4, first place purple, Regan Cracky DeWitt. Second place, Wyatt Moat Pickerel. Out of group 5, first place purple, Cooper Lovett Pickerel. Second place, purple, Easton Thompson Odell. From group 6, first place, Braden Schlake Blue Springs. Second place, Jaden Thompson Odell. From group 7, first place, Gage Argo Liberty. Second place purple, Riker Whitwer Wymore. From group 8, first place purple, Miley Gaddy Odell. Second place purple, Bryson Kapke Wilbur. And in our final class, first place purple, Jaden Thompson Odell. And second place, Bo Beavers Beatrice. Following the selection of our champion crossbred market barrow, we will have the overall market swine champion selection.
We can go ahead and kind of shut the pigs off here for a little bit, guys. We'll just make some brief comments here before we pick you a champion in reserve. I think going from Class 1 through Class 9, there's a lot of quality out here, and the conversation gets difficult in my opinion because I think there's a trio of them out here that you can make the argument for in terms of who's going to win, who's going to be reserve, and so I think it gets close because there is so much quality here at the top end. And that's not anything but a big compliment to you exhibitors that are out here putting in the work, really trying to bring me a set of hogs today that I like to see and evaluate. So I think it's close. I think when we talk about market weight in mind, that's some conversation in my head. But at the end of the day, we're going to pick the highest quality one we possibly can, and I think we got them out here for sure. So with that being said, I'll go give them one last quick look over. I'll shake the hands of your champion in reserve. My congratulations to all these crossbred barrow exhibitors.
Our champion crossbred market barrow is shown by Regan Cracky. We will bring in the second place class winner. Wyatt Moat was our second place class winner from Group 4.
He'll drop that second back out here, and I definitely think he's in that trio that's in contention for reserve. I think he matches up extremely well. To me, it's extremely close again because we got some different shapes, different sizes of hogs out here. For me, though, I think the more and more I keep going back, young man right here, be reserve.
Reserve champion crossbred market barrow is shown by Cooper Lovett. Our sponsors today for our crossbred market barrow and reserve market barrow are First State Bank Nebraska and Scully Estates. We will now have the selection of our overall market swine champion from our purebred division. We have a pure From our purebred division in the market hogs, champion purebred market hog was shown by Regan Cracky, reserve champion Wyatt Moat. From our crossbred market gilts, Halsey Watson was the champion crossbred market gilt and reserve champion Gage Slake. Our judge today is Justin Slabaugh of O'Neill, Nebraska. He is originally from north central Indiana and grew up on his family's diversified cow and cattle feeding operation. Justin's attended Blackhawk College and K-State University. Justin judged competitively at both Blackhawk and K-State He was a senior college academic All-American livestock judge and a member of the 2020 Kansas State University National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Currently, he's employed as a risk management advisor at Blue Reef Agri-Marketing, where he focuses on helping cattle producers manage their price risk and markets. Outside of work, Justin and his beautiful wife, Sophia, are actively involved in the cattle business and working to grow their own cow herd. Justin has judged livestock shows across the Midwest, and he truly believes the youth livestock shows are the best way to elevate the next generation of agricultural leaders. Please help me in welcoming Justin Slaybaugh. We will now have the selection of the champion market hog. Out of our purebred market hog division, the champion was Regan Cracky with a spotted barrow. Out of our crossbred market gilt division, our champion was Halsey Watson of Adams. And out of our crossbred market barrow division, the champion was Regan Cracky. Let's put our hands together for these three exhibitors. Two.
Well, getting out here to select our champion market hog, I'm just going to make a few comments. I know we got showmanship and a few other things to take place after that, but first and foremost, I want you guys in here to give a big hand to the folks here at Gage County. They've done an exceptionally good job putting on a really high-quality show. Being on the other side of it a few times, I don't think you guys that haven't helped volunteer to put on a show understand the amount of work and dedication that goes into this. And so make sure and go say thank you, shake hands. Second thing, all you exhibitors in the ring, all of you exhibitors ringside, all of you back in the barn, I want you when you're done in here. I know it's hot. I know it's sweaty. Go give mom and dad, go give grandma and grandpa, go give the people that help you a big hug because none of this happens without our support system. And that's true in any endeavor we'll ever have in our lives. I'm not one for big, long, grand drive speeches. I just want to make a few brief comments. At the end of the day, you don't have to agree with everything I did, just in terms of placing, but at the end of the day, I hope you feel that you've had a fair and accurate assessment of your livestock out here. I want to make sure and give everybody enough time, help them understand what I'm seeing from a judge's perspective out here today, and I think I try my best to do that everywhere I go. One other thing for you young people out here, use this as a stepping stone. Use this as a catapult to the next place that you land. The county fair is a great place to lay the groundwork for your life and leadership experiences and the lessons of hard work and teaching that you'll receive from it. But use this as a stepping stone. Don't let this be your pinnacle. Go one step further. Go 2 steps further, because we need, in the worst way, good, honest, high integrity youth in this country to become the next leaders in our agriculture industry and our business industries. And so I want to challenge each and every one of you out here today, whether you're graduated, it's your last year of 4-H, or if you're just getting started, absolutely use this as a stepping stone to get to the next stop, the next leadership development activity you partake in. I know as a newly married man to Miss Wonderful Sophia, I've seen the benefits of what a place like Gage County has meant to her and the kind of young woman it's made her become. And so I just want to challenge each of you in that way. We'll fire them up one last time. Guys, get on your feet. Give them all a big round of applause. This is an awesome set of pigs out here. I'll go get you a champion of reserve.
Your champion, grand champion market swine is shown by Regan Crackey. We will bring in the reserve champion market barrow shown by Cooper Levitt. Your reserve grand champion is shown by Cooper Levitt, Pickerel. Those sponsors today are First State Bank Nebraska and Farmers Cooperative. Reminder to all exhibitors, we will begin the Swine Showmanship contest with the senior division. Gage County also has a market swine ultrasound contest. In this contest, they measure back fat, loin eye, and the lean percentage. Our winners of our 2025 Gage County Swine Ultrasound contest are first place, Strider Brandt. Second place, Collins Muir. Third place, Devin Anderson. Fourth place, Jaredon Lindner. And fifth place, Collins Muir. congratulations to those exhibitors on the Market Swine Ultrasound Contest. Once again, we'll pause just for a moment, but our senior showmanship will start in just a few minutes with Group 1. Group 1 senior showmen are Berkeley Beekman, Jaden Thompson, Regan Cracky, Peyton Humphreys, and Faith Oldemeyer. I do want to remind everybody, we are having a free will donation. There is a basket up front here. One of our good friends from Gage County, Garrett Lenners, was a showman here for many, many years, and Garrett's hit a rough patch right now. Him and his family are going through a very serious situation with a brain tumor, and we wish Garrett the best. And we also know that there's a GoFundMe page for Garrett, but we would like to show our support for our Gage County friends by donating anything you can today for their efforts to get Garrett healthy. So please reach out, donate if you can. Showmanship. Second call, senior showmanship, Group 1. Group 1, Berkeley Beekman, Beatrice, Jaden Thompson, Odell, Regan Cracky, DeWitt, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore, and Faith Oldemeyer. Now in the ring is Group 1, Senior Showmanship. First call, Group 2, Senior Showmanship.
We're getting into my favorite division of the day here in Showmanship, and kind of way we'll operate the ring just for all of you ringside. I'm going to go through, watch these young people show the hogs to me, go ask them a few quick questions, and then we're going to pen the ones we want to keep for our overall division here in this first division of Showman. I think the two young folks that I got penned over there do an extremely nice job of giving me that presence out there in the ring, but also not being over the top in terms of their intensity. I wanted Showman, in my opinion, it's going to give me a good, the best available view, the best presentation of their animal, and not draw too much attention away from it. I'm going to just give some words of encouragement here to these young people. I know these pigs know where the out gate is. I know they're extremely tired. Try your best to keep those things kind of out of a clump of animals if you can. Don't be afraid to get down there and work a little bit harder, pushing on their head to kind of get them out away from the others, and just be careful getting a little too heavy with the whip here, especially when we have such a hot day and these pigs kind of want to stress out a little bit. But I think these three do a nice job for the card they're dealt today. I just want to encourage them moving forward on just a few things. My congratulations. We'll let the second heat come in here in just a second.
Last call, Group 2, Senior Showmanship. From Group 1, Purple Ribbon, Regan Cracky. Purple Ribbon, Faith Oldemeyer. From Perth, receiving blue ribbons, Berkeley Beekman, Beatrice. Jaden Thompson, Odell. And Peyton Humphreys, Wymore. Entering the ring now is Group 2 Senior Showman. Bryson Kapke, Wilbur. Miley Gaddy, Odell. Kipton Lovett, Pickrell. Reese Barnard, Beatrice. And Addison Brandt of Claytonia. Reminder to all exhibitors, the premium auction entry forms are due after the Swine Show. Premium auction entry forms 1 hour after the Hog Show.
Well, again, a nice drive of Senior Showman here, and talked individually with these two young people on a few spots where maybe we'd like to see some improvement. At the end of the day, in showmanship, it can be a little bit luck of the draw, in my opinion, because you can get a very difficult one that sometimes you can get shown. But I know these pigs are a little spent after being out here in the ring. They know where that exit gate is. So I wanted to encourage both of those two individually. Don't be upset because they're both two high-quality showmen. I like the way these two young men that made it back here into our final drive, presented their animal, gave me a very good unobstructed view of their hog at all times, and I like the kind of presence and just calmness they bring out here, giving me their pig presented at the highest ability they possibly can. We'll go ahead and drop these 4 back out here and pick a champion senior showman in just a second.
118 is purple.
From Group 2, Purple Ribbons, Bryson Kapke of Wilbur. Purple Ribbon, Kipton Lovett, Pickerel. Blue Ribbons, Miley Gaddy, Odell. Reese Barnard, Beatrice. And Addison Brandt, Claytonia. We will now have the selection of our champion senior showman. In the ring, Regan Crackey of DeWitt, Faith Oldemeyer, Firth, Bryson Kapke of Wilbur, and Kipton Lovett of Pickerel. This is a first call for intermediate division showmanship, group number 1. First call, intermediate showman.
A really good group of senior showmen out here, and I think what we're seeing out here with these 4 young folks in contention for Grand and Reserve is no doubt dedication and hard work at home with their livestock, because you don't get to this stage of the game and get out here and be able to have the control on your animal that these 4 individuals do without putting in a ton of hard work and time at home. So I want to commend each of these exhibitors for that. Again, you know, we've been talking through the showmanship competition so far, who can give me the best presentation of their animal, who makes it look the easiest, who positions themselves in the ring accordingly with where I'm standing. And I think there's a couple of them out here that just stand out in that regard, make it look really easy. I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your champion, your reserve in that order, but give all 4 of these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Your champion senior showman is Kipton Lovett of Pickerel. Your reserve champion senior showman was Regan Crackey of DeWitt. Last call, intermediate showman, group number 1. Entering the ring now is group number 1, intermediate showman. Austin Costal, Odell, Gage Argo, Liberty, Ava Schlake, Blue Springs, Wyatt Moat, Pickerel, Monroe Thompson, Odell, Devin Anderson, Odell, and Strider Brandt, Claytonia. This is first call, group 2, intermediate showman. First call, group 2. Second call, group 2, intermediate showman. Second call.
Well, nice first drive here in this intermediate division here. Kind of went through and talked individually with these kids on just a few things maybe where we could alter the way we show these hogs. At the end of the day, showmanship's tough, like I mentioned before, because sometimes the pigs just don't want to flat out give it to you. But go ahead, give those 5 that are going back to the barn a big round of applause. They're trying their best out here on a really hot day, and I appreciate that. But the 2 that I kept over here, I just think, very seamless in the way they present their pigs. Extremely comfortable amid a little bit of chaos with these hogs all wanting to go to the exit gate. My congratulations to those 2. We'll see them back out here in just a second.
Last call, Group 2 Intermediate Showman. In Group 1, receiving purple, Wyatt Moat, Pickerel. Strider Brandt, Claytonia. Receiving blues, Austin Costal, Odell. Blue ribbon, Gage Argo, Liberty. Blue ribbon, Ava Schlake, Blue Springs. And blue ribbons to Monroe Thompson of Odell and Devin Anderson of Odell. Now entering the ring is Group 2, Intermediate Showman, Easton Thompson, Odell. Baylor Barnard, Beatrice. Dayton Dorn, Adams, Nebraska. Miles Esau, Beatrice. Kaysen Wagner, Martell, Nebraska. Weston Whitwer from Wymore, and Preston Costal from Odell.
We got a few hogs that maybe aren't getting along the best out here, so I'll try to get these kids out of the ring. Just a few procedural things, and maybe just having a little bit more confidence out here is what I would change in this group of young men. They do a nice job. I appreciate their effort out here dealing with a couple hogs that don't want to give it to them today. So my congratulations to them. Young man and young lady we kept out of this class here for our drive, I think do a really exceptional job. Every time I turned around or got my back face to them, I could turn around and know that they were going to be commanding the ring over here and position themselves really well. They have great control over their pigs. You can tell they put a lot of time in at home with them, so my congratulations. We'll go ahead and get these four out here and pick you a champion in just a second.
First call, Group 1, Junior Showman. First call, Group 1, Junior Showmanship. In Group 2, Intermediate Showman, receiving purple, Dayton Dorn, Adams, Miles Esau of Beatrice. Receiving blue ribbons, Easton Thompson, Odell, Baylor Barnard, Beatrice, Kason Wagner of Martell, Weston Whitwer of Wymore, and Preston Costal of Odell. Now in the ring is our selection of our intermediate division showmanship champion.
A really good combination of four showmen out here. I would tell you, I think you set these back out here with the seniors, and each and every one of these kids could give them a little run for their money. They're really intense out here, and I appreciate that, shown with a lot of confidence. I think it becomes really close because I think there's all four of them you could make the case for. I think procedurally they do the big things right. Where they're positioned on their pig when they're driving them with the whip. The way they kind of have control on these things when we shut them down and crouch down and kind of try to keep them still. I think all four of them do a really good job, so it makes my decision tough. And honestly, it probably comes down to more personal preference and style because I think they all do the big things right. For me, I think there's one young man out here that just takes it to the next level. He's driving that way across the center of the ring. He'll be your champion in this division. Really close for second here, and I think if we could just tweak the way each of these kids out here showed just ever so slightly, you could argue every single one of them in second. For me, young man right here is going to be second.
Our champion intermediate showman was Wyatt Moat of Pickerel. Our reserve champion intermediate showman was Miles Esau of Beatrice. This is your last call for the first group of junior division showmanship. In Group 1, we have Brigham Whitwer of Wymore, Luke Heatdirks, Adams, Zella Thornburg from Pickerel, Dempsey Dorn, Adams, Nebraska, Carson Costal of Odell, Gage Slake, Adams, and Axton Brandt of Claytonia. First call, Group 2, Junior Division Showmanship. First call, Group 2. In the ring now is Group 1 Junior Division Showmanship. Following the selection of our Junior Division champion and reserve champion, we will bring back the champion and reserve champion from each division to select an overall showmanship champion. A reminder, after the selection of the champion showman, we will have the Clover Kids showmanship.
Well, I'm going to just try to keep moving here so we can get some of these hogs that are a little unruly out here out of the ring. And again, you know, it's tough because you know, you want to show showmanship after the pigs have showed sometimes, just so we can get the best look at them before they get kind of tuckered out from the heat. Those four individuals over there, excuse me, they're trying their hardest, and I really commend them. Pigs just do not want to give it to them today, and that's okay. We can still give them a big round of applause for being out here and trying really hard. These three young men here probably, in my opinion, have the best control over their hogs out here. I appreciate the way they show. I liked how respectful they were when I visited with them. Really nice group of showmen.
Last call, Group 2, Junior Division Showmanship. Last call, Group 2. In Group 1, receiving purple ribbons, Luke Heatdirks, Adams. Purple ribbon, Dempsey Dorn of Adams. And purple ribbon, Axton Brandt of Claytonia. Receiving blue ribbons, Brigham Whitwer, Wymore. Zella Thornburg, Pickrell. Carson Costal of Odell. And Gage Schlake of Adams. Coming in the ring now is Group 2 Junior Division Showmanship. Riley O'Neill, Odell. Jaredon Lindner, Blue Springs. McCoy Eisenhower, Adams. Sloan Esau, Beatrice. Calvin Bowman, Odell. Claire Pribble, Beatrice. And Lexi Schlake, Blue Springs. This is first call for Group 3, Junior Division Showmanship. First call, Group 3. Last call, Group 3, Junior Showman. Last call, Group 3, Junior Division Showmanship.
Well, a nice second drive here in this youngest age division, and I really wish we could have re-racked that first go of the heat here, because having this kind of wall of panels up here in the corner has made this a lot easier, made these pigs act quite a bit better knowing they're not going to be able to get out. So thank you to my ring help for doing that. And again, I think the story goes, we had a couple individuals out here that I thought had extremely good control over their animals and their livestock, and I think procedurally excuse me, I think procedurally they're doing the right things, they're doing the big things well, and again, just a few things for these young people, maybe just how aggressive we're being with the whip, maybe just our positioning in the ring are some things we'd change, but congratulations to all those exhibitors. Really good heat of young folks out here. Put your hands together for them.
Last call, Group 3, Junior Showmanship. In Group 2, receiving purple ribbon, Jaredon Lindner, Blue Springs, Sloan Esau, Beatrice, and Lexi Schlake, Blue Springs. Receiving blues, Riley O'Neill, Odell, McCoy Eisenhower, Adams, Calvin Bowman, Odell, and Claire Pribble of Beatrice. In the ring now is group number 3 of our Junior Division Showmanship. Participants are Maxon Esau, Beatrice, Braden Schlake of Blue Springs, Halsey Watson of Adams, Riker Whitwer of Wymore, Collins Muir, Adams, Kate Heedirks of Adams, and Harper Schmidt of Claytonia. A reminder, after the selection of our Junior Division champion and reserve champion, we will ask all division champions and reserve champions to come back to the ring for our overall showmanship awards. Immediately following the selection of our top 4 showmanship winners, we will have the Pee Wee Showmanship.
Okay, we're kind of making do with what we have here, just kind of how we have the ring set up. Just to clarify, young man crouched down with his barrel here will be coming back for that final drive, and young lady over there with that blue buck gilt will be coming back. I thought those two had really good control of their hogs. I thought they did a nice job showing them, keep them in front of me, never obstructing my view. I think for the rest of them out here, there's just some very little things we can tweak. Again, I sound like a broken record, but we get out here on a hot day like this. The pigs just don't want to be the most cooperative, and that's okay. That's okay. I told each and every one of these kids out here, absolutely don't be discouraged and keep trying hard at it, because showmanship's one of the most rewarding parts of show and livestock, in my opinion. But really nice job to these exhibitors. We'll give them a real big round of applause.
Receiving purple ribbon in Group 3, Maxon Esau of Beatrice. And purple ribbon to Halsey Watson of Adams. Blue ribbons, Braden Schlake of Blue Springs, Riker Whitwer of Wymore, Collins Muir of Adams, Kate Heatdirks, Adams, and Harper Schmidt of Claytonia. We will now have the selection of our champion junior division swine showman. Participating from Group 1 is Luke Heatdirks of Adams, Dempsey Dorn of Adams, and Axton Brandt of Claytonia. From our group number 2, we have Jaredon Lindner of Blue Springs, Sloan Esau of Beatrice, and Lexi Schlake out of Blue Springs. And out of our final group, Maxon Esau of Beatrice and Halsey Watson of Adams. Reminder, after our selection of our junior division champion and reserve champion, we will bring back the senior division champion and reserve champion, as well as our intermediate division champion and reserve, to compete for the overall showmanship awards.
We'll let these hogs shut down for just a little bit, and most times I'd really like to try to go ask one or two more questions to each of these kids, but I want to be cognizant of the weather, the heat today, and I think I have my mind made up here. I want to say first and foremost, I think it's really cool as we work into this youngest division to really see ringside fill back up. It means you guys care a lot about these young people, making a big investment in the youth, and I'm really appreciative of that and glad to see it. Secondly, I'd let any of these kids drive a pig for me. All things considered with the environment, their perseverance and sticking with it has been really impressive to see, especially for as young as some of these kids are and as big as some of these pigs are. So I think procedurally there's 3 or 4 at the top that probably just do it a little bit better than the rest, in my opinion. It could just be more experience, more time in showing pigs, and that's okay. I think they all do a good job. Be encouraged that you're out here, and go give mom and dad a big hug for helping you get to this point. With that being said, give all these juniors a big round of applause. I'll go pick you a champion in a reserve.
Your champion junior showman is Halsey Watson of Adams. Your reserve champion junior division swine showman is Maxon Esau of Beatrice. Reminder, all first and second place senior, intermediate, and junior division showmen will now compete for 4 places in Showmanship Awards. Following our selection of our champion showman, we will have the Pee Wee Showmanship. Following the Pee Wee Showmanship, as a reminder, we will have a pen of 3 swine selection, which will take place in the swine barn. Pen of 3 will be in the swine barn immediately following the Pee Wee Showmanship. We'd like to thank the award sponsors for showmanship today: Security First Bank out of Beatrice, the Jim Ingle Memorial, and Beatty Genetics. Now in the ring for our overall showmanship awards. Out of our senior division, Kipton Lovett, first place. Regan Cracky, second place. From the intermediate division, first place Wyatt Moat, second place Miles Esau. And out of our junior division, first place Halsey Watson, second place Maxon Esau. We'd like to thank our judge today, Justin Slabaugh from O'Neill, Nebraska. We appreciate him coming to Gage County and sorting through all of our hogs today. Thank you, Justin. We'd also like to thank everybody who helped coordinate today's swine show, all of our ring help, all of our swine superintendent, and everybody that helped put the show together today. A big round of applause for everybody that worked hard today in this heat.
Well, I figured we'd just go ahead. We got all our first and seconds in the ring out here, and I figured we'd just try to make it a little easier on these hogs. They've had a long day. I know who my winners from each division were, and they'll be in consideration for champion overall here. But we'll go 4 spots deep in the showmanship, and I just want to commend each and every one of you out here. This isn't easy to get to this level. You guys have all done an exceptional job, and you're fighting through a little bit of adversity here with some hogs that maybe aren't wanting to cooperate the most. So I commend each and every one of you for that. That being said, I don't know if this is the last time I'll have the mic. I want to say thank you to Gage County again. I have really enjoyed sorting through your guys' youth and your livestock. Been of the best quality, both the kids and the stock. So that being said, we'll try to get them fired up one more time. I'll go pick you a top 4.
The overall showmanship award goes to Wyatt Moat. First runner-up, Kipton Lovett. Second runner-up, Regan Crackey. Third runner-up, Halsey Watson of Adams. Congratulations to all the showmanship participants. We'll now have the Pee Wee Division showmanship. Grandmas, grandpas, moms, and dads, get your cameras ready. Any Pee Wee showmans that would like to participate, please come to the ring. Final reminder to all exhibitors, have your premium auction forms filled out 1 hour after the hog show. If you want to sign up for the premium auction, please fill those out and return them to the fair office immediately. Pen of 3 swine participants, please begin preparing your pen of 3 in the swine barn. Those participating in the pen of 3 swine are Bryson Kapke of Wilbur, Collins Muir of Adams, Dempsey Dorn of Adams, Kaysen Wagner, Martell, McCoy Eisenhower, Adams, Miles Esau, Beatrice, Peyton Humphreys, Wymore, Sloan Esau, Beatrice, and Zella Thornburg, Pickerel. We will have the pen of 3 swine selection immediately following the Pee Wee Showmanship.
I'll keep my comments brief, but as each of some of these juniors or peewees come through, my favorite thing to do when we get them out here is ask everybody what their pig's name is, because you get some interesting answers. And for this heat of peewees, the best name was Snoop Dogg. Well, again, really fun with the Pee Wee Showmanship here. Guys that are still sitting around the stands, why don't you go give all these young people a big hand? They're going to be some of the next group coming up in Gage County that gets to show. This is really awesome. Thanks to the volunteers that are still helping get these pigs through the ring. I appreciate that.
Thank you to all the Pee Wee showmen. We will now have the pen of 3 swine selection in the swine barn. Again. We'd like to thank the Farm Credit Association and the Gage County Ag Society for the Pee Wee Showmanship Awards. Let's thank those contributors for the Pee Wee Swine Showmanship. Again, pen of 3 in the swine barn.
Okay, attention in the barns. The pen of 3 results, I'll go ahead and read off. You can come get your ribbons. And then we have a banner for first and second. So at 9th place, receiving a blue ribbon, we have Kason Wagner. In 8th place, receiving a blue ribbon, we have Peyton Humphreys. In 7th place, receiving a blue ribbon, we have Zella Thornburg. In 6th place, receiving a blue ribbon, we have McCoy Eisenhower. In 5th place, receiving a blue ribbon, we have Bryson Kapke. In 4th place, receiving a purple ribbon, we have Dempsey Dorn. In 3rd place, receiving a purple ribbon, we have Collins Muir. In 2nd place, receiving a purple ribbon and reserve overall pen of 3 is Sloan Esau. And the grand champion pen of 3 receiving a purple is Miles Esau. Congratulations.